Hi, this is Tina, in the clerk for the meeting tonight in the chamber. We've just got a few minutes left. Sorry, I was a little rusty getting my computer set up, even though I was here early. So I'm not going to be able to do a sound check. We'll do that when the roll call is done. So if you can all hang tight. Mayor Stewart, the chamber is ready. And it's just past 6 o'clock. So when you're ready, please proceed.
Thanks so much, Clerk. It does look like my Jabber is still offline. I can't send a message to you, so I think I've given Hal access to my computer. So if he wants to try to make that work, that's cool. And I will continue though, because I have access to the voting panel now, so that all works. So good evening. I now call this public hearing of Tuesday, September 5th. Together. And we want to thank our amazing staff here at the city for all the work they do, including tonight here at the public hearing. Before I begin, I have some announcements. Speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or oppose the recommendations. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter @VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be submitted in writing to publichearing@vancouver.ca. Email publichearing@vancouver.ca. Speakers with presentations are reminded that the live feed has a slight 20-second delay, so to navigate the slides of your presentation, please say the word next, and I'll coach you through that if you have a presentation. Finally, if Council does not conclude hearing from all speakers this evening, we'll recess and reconvene the meeting on Tuesday, September 29th at 3 p.m. by electronic means. That's if we don't finish tonight. We'll be back Tuesday, September 29th at 3 p.m. A reminder that Council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means that Council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of speakers. After hearing from speakers, Council may 1. Approve in principle the application, 2. Refuse the application, or 3. Defer the application for further consideration. And now, Council will move to our first item, which is the 2020 annual inflationary rate adjustments to density bonus contributions, and the clerk will read the application and summary of correspondence.
Good evening. This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the Zoning and Development Bylaw to implement 2020 inflationary rate adjustments to density bonus contributions. Density bonusing is a zoning tool that permits additional floor space in exchange for amenities and affordable housing. These fees help pay for amenities such as parks, affordable housing, childcare centers, libraries, community centers, transportation, and other infrastructure that meet the needs of our growing city. Council approved a similar report implementing 2020 inflationary rate adjustments to development cost levies and to CAC targets on July 23rd, 2020. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. As of 3 p.m. today, no correspondence has been received on this application since it was referred to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments.
Thanks so much. And Council, we don't have any speakers registered for this item, but I just want folks to know if there are any speakers who wish to speak to Council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 91750 to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And the number is tweeted out and, of course, available on our live stream. We have Chris Clibben, the planner of the citywide and regional planning, on the phone to present the application, unless you think, staff, that anybody from Council want to see this presentation. You just let me know verbally if you do.
I would, this is Councillor Hardwick, I would be interested in seeing the presentation.
Okay, so let's move ahead with that. Chris Clibben, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Assuming you can hear me, Mayor and Council.
Yes, we can. We can, thanks.
Thank you. Chris Clibben, planner of the City of Vancouver.
Mayor Stewart, pardon the interruption.
Yes.
This is the clerk here. We have an issue with our TELUS bridging, so the TELUS is not being streamed.
Okay.
So I have to request a 2-minute recess while we reconnect to that. I'm really sorry.
Okay, great. No problem. Let's go for 5 minutes just to give you. So at 6:09 here, let's come back at 6:15. And I still am having trouble with the jabber as well. So if Hal would like to sign back on, that would be useful too. So Council will be back at 6:15. If there's a further delay, I'll let you know.
join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
David, can you hear me? David, can you hear me? Just jailed me back.
Clerks, we can hear that over the air, just so you know. Falls Bridge is fixed, and we're ready to see the presentation. So just make sure that's all ready to go.
Okay, Mayor and Council, it's Chris Clibben, Planning Department. Everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. We are here to present to you recommendations for the annual inflationary rate adjustment system to the density bonus zoning contributions. Next slide, please, Nate. The annual rate adjustment system allows us to keep pace with cost to deliver growth-related amenities. The system has been in place for over 10 years, first with DCL's development cost levies, and has worked its way in over the last 5 years for density bonusing contributions. If approved tonight, the adjusted rates will become effective on September 30th. The inflationary rate adjustment system has, as I said, it's been in place for 10 years. It has been seen as a best practice, and it's been endorsed by the development industry because it makes small incremental changes on an annual basis. The topic of inflationary rate adjustments has come to you in two reports. Earlier this summer, we came to you with a DCL and CAC target report, and that was approved by Council on July 23rd. That was the first two contributions approved for inflationary adjustments. And the report you have before you today is the same methodology, same percentage change of rates, but now applied to density bonus contributions. That was referred on July 21st. Next slide. The recommendation is to apply a 0.8% inflationary rate decrease across all of the density bonus zones, and that's for consideration today. Next slide. Oh, I should mention the rates are not shown in today's presentation. There's a list of about 13 or so density bonus rates found in your council report, and you can see those in Appendix A of the council report. As the subject matter of this report is economic development related, it's important to note that the city has initiated a number of economic and community recovery measures to address the COVID-19 pandemic. We've implemented expedited patio permits, property tax extensions. We've done some grants to cultural grants. We've been working on Room 2 initiatives, and that's an initiative to create more space for people to safely return to public life. Next slide. Just to give you a quick overview of density bonus contributions, it is a zoning tool that permits developers to build more floor space than normally allowed in exchange for a preset contribution. These are not rezonings. These are done within zoning district schedules, and each density bonus zone has an outright density with no density bonus contribution, and there's an optional extra density, which is up for a limited set defined in a zone, and in exchange for that additional density, there's a contribution to be made towards amenities and affordable housing. The density bonusing rates we have in place all apply to area plans with public benefit strategies. So the funding that is collected from these contributions goes into the delivery of public benefits according to public benefit strategies. We have 13 areas with a defined list of them with maps and rates found in the density bonus bulletin, but also in your council report in front of you. The payments are due at building permit. The allocations of the funds, once they're collected, they are in an interest-bearing reserve dedicated for public benefit spending, and those can only be allocated and approved by council. We do comprehensive updates to the rates every 4 years, and that's a more robust review of the needs, the cost of those needs, and the recovery mechanism through the density bonusing. And in between those 4 years, we do what we're doing today, which is an inflationary adjustment based on this year's past inflationary measures. And just a note here that heritage-related density bonusing contributions are not subject to this inflationary rate adjustment system. The system was originally approved back in 2009 for DCLs. It's now in place for density bonusing. The system is transparent and replicable. All the information is found on our website. We produce annual reports on density bonusing. We adjust the rates annually. We come to council every June or July, and the rates are adjusted on the 30th of September annually. The rates can go up or down depending on what's happening in the market. This year, there is a deflationary trend impacting the adjustment, but all the other years has been an inflationary trend impacting the rates. The system is designed to adapt to sudden market changes, so we don't run into situations where the rates are not aligned with what's happening in the market. And as I mentioned before, this system was developed over a decade ago with stakeholder support, and the development industry, who are the payers of these rates, do support the annual inflationary rate system. Next slide. There's 4 steps to the inflationary rate adjustment system that's applied to all 3 of our tools: development cost levies, community contribution targets, and density bonusing contributions. First step is we identify the inflation in March, and the inflation is based on construction index, the StatsCan non-residential construction price index, as well as the BC assessment roll year-over-year change. It's calculated in May. There's a report to council in June or July. And for the density bonusing, we do the referrals in either July or September, and the rates become effective September 30th annually. Next slide. As I mentioned, the index calculation is made up of two sources of information, two indicators: the BC assessment roll, and that's year-over-year change, and the non-residential construction price index. We take both of those year-over-year changes and we blend them based on the land and construction investments we anticipate doing during the current capital plan. The second check is on a review of local economic indicators, and that's where we make sure that the rate adjustment system's in sync with what's happening in the market. Next slide. So the 2020 inflationary rate adjustment is negative 0.8%. It's a modest decrease, and just so you know the impact of that modest change on the density bonusing rates, it means from as low of a 3% decrease in rates, that's 3% per square foot, to a high of 50 cents per square foot. So the range is anywhere in there. The financial implications of decreasing the rates for a one-year period is estimated to be around $11,000 over 1 year, so quite a modest amount. And it's because they are small areas with not a lot of development take-up. The 0.8% decrease is based on these two sources: 0.8% increase in construction prices year over year, and an 8.9% deflationary change year over year in property values. And the bar graph you see here is the year since 2011, how the inflationary index has performed annually. So you'll see lots of years where it has increased as high as 12% in 2017, but as low as 1.5% in 2013. And this is the first year since the advent of the system where we're decreasing rates on a modest basis. Next slide. The review of local economic indicators is the second component of the rate adjustment system. And the main sources of data we look at are city permit and development activity data. We look at GDP provincial data, and we look at data like housing starts and local market trends. Next slide. There's a lot of data on this slide, but it's just to show the landscape currently. The pandemic has had a significant impact on the health of the provincial and local economy. The outlook for provincial GDP growth in 2020 is negative, but with most economies globally, it is expected to rebound next year. And in BC, the provincial GDP growth is expected to rebound to plus 4%. Employment trends were quite severe in terms of job losses in Metro Vancouver in the first couple months of the pandemic. But there has been a reversal of that in recent months as the economy starts to open up and the government makes efforts to open the economy. And so we've seen 80,000 job increase between May and June. Building permit values are up for residential year to date compared to last year, but down for the non-residential. The housing resale market was very slow in the first couple of months of the pandemic, but has picked up in recent months, particularly in June, and it's still heating up currently. That's the resale market. And in terms of housing starts and housing completions, we are down significantly from last year at this time. And then the rental market, the official stats are not showing much change in terms of vacancy rates, but we know there's some evidence anecdotally happening out there that there's some decreases in both rents and vacancy rates occurring. Next slide. The notification process related to these rate changes, we have sent notices to the development industry stakeholders as well as our nonprofit stakeholders. We held in-person meetings with the Urban Development Institute and NAIOP, the National Association of Industrial and Office Properties. We have updated the density bonus zoning bulletin, and that's been on our website with the proposed rates for several months now. We've also given any applicants or inquirers in the density bonus zoning areas notice that the rates are subject to change. We've posted ads in the Vancouver Courier as well as the Business in Vancouver newspapers advertising of these changes. And we have a distribution list circulated through our city clerks on anybody interested in matters related to financing growth and development contributions. So with that, we thank you, and staff are available for questions. We have Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide Regional Planning. We have Nathan Bunio, Planning Department, and we have Grace Cheng, Long-Term Finance, and Rob Evans, Long-Term Finance. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. We do have Councillor Carr on the list for questions, but just want to let the public know that if you wish to speak to this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 # to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And of course, that number is available on the live stream and it's been tweeted out. Councillor Carr, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. My first question is related to a statement, Mr. Clibben, that you just made just before closing. You said you want to note decreases both in rents and in vacancy rates. Vacancy rates, they've gone down, and that has resulted in also decrease in rents. I wonder if you could explain that. Normally, vacancy rates improve, and there's more vacancies and that's the rents go down. So I'm a bit confused.
And quite rightly, it's Chris Clibben here, Planning Department. You're quite right. I misspoke. You're right. That relationship is when vacancy rates increase, the rents decrease, and that's what we're noticing on an anecdotal basis. It's not reflected in the CMHC rental vacancy stats currently. So thank you for that.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. My second question had to do with the statement you made about this having an $11,000 impact over this year, and then you cited because there were certain areas. I didn't quite understand that because my assumption is that these rates are over the city as a whole. So it seems like quite a minimal impact. I wonder if you could just go over that once again for me, please.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the rate decrease is marginal. It ranges from a 3 cent per square foot decrease in certain areas to a maximum of a 50 cent per square foot decrease. Right. The majority of the rates are being retained and being charged out there. So it's really just on that increment is what represents the financial, I guess, shortfall, you could say, resulting from these rate changes. These rates are not applied everywhere in the city, even though there's 13 areas. They are distinct areas of the city that, and they're limited to specific sub-areas of plan areas where there are district schedules in place where the density bonusing is at play. So while the many areas may seem like it covers a wide area, it's quite a discrete, small groups of areas that allow these provisions.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate those explanations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And on to Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. That was most useful. And most of the questions that I had were answered through the presentation. I did note the reference that this program began in 2009, and also that Grace Cheng is on the phone or on the line. I'm interested in finding more. Was there original report that and recommendations that created this program, and is it possible for historical perspective? As a counselor, I'd love to get my hands on that and understand how this came into being and how it's evolved for my own knowledge. And all of councils, if they're interested. I'm a bit of a geek for this stuff.
Chris Clibben, Planning Department. I'm fortunate enough to have been here when the system was implemented in its infancy. So yes, there's a 2009 report that went to council where council adopted the system to apply to DCLs, and it was further expanded in 2013 and 14 for CAC targets and expanded again for density bonusing contributions. Each time it was expanded, there was a council report with council permission to expand the system. So we'd be happy to circulate those to all of mayor and council after the meeting today.
I think it would be quite constructive and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions. And now we can move on to hearing from the public. I'll just ask the clerk if there are any folks on the line to talk to this.
Mayor Stewart, at the moment, we have no one on the line for this item.
Okay, thanks very much. So I'll make the first call then for speakers. And if there are any speakers who want to speak to this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And the phone number will be is tweeted out, of course, and available on the live stream. Clerks, is there anybody in the chamber to speak to this?
Mayor Stewart, this is the clerk. We have no one in the chamber.
Okay, I'm going to make a second call then for additional speakers. And if there are any speakers and you want to speak to this, 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And that number's on the live stream. And just check again with the clerks. Has anybody called in at all?
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here, we still have no one.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to take a 5-minute recess just to give people ample time to call in. And it is 6:32 by my clock, so I will suggest we come back at 6:37 to finish this item. Thanks so much, Council. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Hi, Council. We're at 6:37, and I'm going to ask the clerk if there's anybody else that's phoned in for to comment on this.
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here, we have no one to speak to this item.
Great. Thanks so much. So seeing there are no speakers, the speakers list is now closed as few or no public comments received on this after 5 p.m. today. We should close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments or asking any further questions and to make a decision. Does staff have any closing comments they want to make on this item? Anybody from the staff team?
Hi, it's Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. We don't have any additional comments at this point.
Great, thanks so much. Any additional council questions?
Move the motion, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks so much. I have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Great. If anybody would like to debate this, please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to move to the call to vote. Clerks, if you could activate the voting panel, please. Councillor Kirby-Young, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor DeGenova, and Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova, do you need vote assist?
Yes, point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. In favor, please. Thank you.
Okay. Please mark Councillor DeGenova in favor.
Yes. Councillor Carr, could you give me a vote assist too? My voting panel is not up on my screen, and I don't know why, but in favor.
Okay, great. Clerks, if you could also mark Councillor Carr in favor. Great. And if you could pull the vote results up on the screen, Council, that's unanimous. And that closes our first item. So next we're going to move on to item 2, which is, sorry, I've just got my pages scrambled here.
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here.
Yes.
There was an email sent out to you and council. We require you now to move to the bylaw.
Okay, thanks. I'll read it. So we have bylaw 1 on the agenda, which is subject to approval of item 1-2020 annual inflation rate adjustments to density bonus contributions for consideration of council. Does anybody wish to hold this for debate? It's just basically formalizing what we just passed. I don't hear anybody wanting to hold this. So would someone like to move the adoption of bylaw 1?
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks. We have a seconder. Councillor Wiebe. Thank you. And we'll do yeas and nays. All in favor, say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Opposed, say nay. I hear none opposed, so that is passed unanimously. Thanks very much, Council. The bylaw regarding zoning and development bylaw 3575 regarding 2020 annual inflation area adjustments to density bonus contributions available in certain zoning districts is approved. So now we're moving on to item 2, which is CD1 rezoning on 1247 Kingsway, and I'll ask the clerk to read the application.
This is an application by Tatla Developments Limited to rezone 1247 Kingsway from C2 Commercial District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story mixed-use building with commercial uses at grade and 31 secured rental residential units, a height of 21.9 meters or 71.9 feet, and a floor space ratio of 3.61 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability recommended approval subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. Since the following correspondence has been received since the application was referred to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 2 pieces of correspondence in support, 1 piece of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 3 p.m. today.
Thanks so much. If there are speakers for this item wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list, and the number is available on the live stream. We do, Council, have 2 speakers signed up to speak to this item, so it's probably a good idea to proceed with the slides, the explanatory slides. Jim Spillane from the Rezoning Center is here. So, Mr. Spillane, if you we'd like to see the presentation if you've got it available.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just share my screen now. Can we all see this okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jim Spillane, and I am the rezoning planner on this application, which proposes to rezone 1247 Kingsway under the Secured Market Rental Housing Policy, also known as Rental 100. This is an application for a mid-block site on the north side of Kingsway between Inverness Street and Clark Drive.
Swanson here, sorry.
Mr. Spillane, if I can just hold you for a second. Councillor Swanson?
I don't have that presentation up. I still have the voting. I have voting results up.
Okay. We are. I'm just following it on the WebEx, but maybe I can ask staff.
There, I've got it now.
It's a little bit delayed, Councillor Swanson, when you look at the orange cone version. So
it's there now.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
If
Sorry
you can
for the
continue,
hassle.
No problem. Mr. Spillane, if you want to continue, please.
Sure. Thank you. The site is currently zoned C2, which permits mixed-use development. Sites to the east and west are also zoned C2, while the site to the north across the lane is zoned CD1 and contains a 3-storey residential building. Another rezoning application is currently being assessed on the adjacent site to the east at 1265 to 1281 Kingsway, which is also for a 6-storey secured market rental proposal. This image shows an aerial view of the site looking north. The site is approximately 843 square metres in size and is currently developed with a 1-storey and a 2-storey commercial building. As we can see here, the buildings are currently vacant with no tenants on the site. This area of Kingsway has a range of local amenities, shops and services. Kingsway is part of the frequent transit network and includes bus route number 19 between Metrotown and Stanley Park, while bus route number 22 also operates on Knight Street, 1 block east of the site. There are 5 elementary schools located within 1 kilometre of the site. The Vancouver School Board enrolment numbers indicate that vacancies currently exist at 3 of these schools. There are 5 group childcare facilities located within 800 metres of the site for those aged infant to 5 years old, and also within 800 metres of the site are 4 local. This proposal has been assessed under the Secured Market Rental Housing Policy, also known as Rental 100. On November 26, 2019, Council approved amendments to this policy and renamed it the Secured Rental Policy. As the rezoning application was received on November 15, 2019, this proposal is being assessed under the original Secured Market Rental Housing Policy. This application proposes to rezone the site from C2 to CD1 to permit the development of a 6-storey building with 31 secured market rental units and commercial use at grade. The maximum height of the proposal is 21.9 metres with a floor space ratio of 3.61. The unit mix includes 12 2-bedroom and 4 3-bedroom units, which achieves a family unit mix of 52%, exceeding the 35% required in the family room housing mix policy. As part of Restart Smart Vancouver, in response to the pandemic, the proposal will create approximately 109 new on-site and off-site jobs during the recovery phase. Shown here is a view looking southwest at the proposal from the rear lane. We can see that the upper floors have been set back from the rear to reduce the impact on homes to the north. The proposed maximum average starting rents by unit type are set by the DCL bylaw and are shown in the green column. For comparison, the average market rents for along with the average household income required for each rent level. Not all apartments will be affordable to...
Sorry, I'm just going to pause you there. We do have somebody who's unmuted making quite a lot of noise in the background. So if you could perhaps everybody could just check to make sure they're on mute. Thanks very much. Please continue.
Thank you. Not all apartments will be affordable to all. However, the DCL waiver does enable the creation of new, much-needed rental housing stock. The red column shows the high cost of home ownership versus renting. These ownership costs are calculated with BC assessment figures, along with recent sales prices, a 10% down payment, a 5% mortgage rate over a 25-year time frame, and monthly strata fees and taxes. If approved, all units would be secured through a housing agreement, which would prohibit the stratification and the separate sale of individual apartments for the life of the building. A pre-application open house was held in July of 2018 and was attended by 4 people. Following submission of the rezoning application, an open house was held in February of this year and was attended by approximately 12 people. Details of the application have been made available on our website with a staff contact provided for further information if required. In total, 4 pieces of feedback were received. Key themes of support included the creation of secured rental housing and support for the location of this housing on Kingsway. Key themes of concern included the proposed building height and the increased impact on local amenities such as schools and parks. In reviewing the application, staff have determined that the proposed height, massing and mix of uses are an appropriate response to the local context. In summary, staff recommend approval of this application to rezone the site from C2 to CD1, subject to the conditions outlined in Appendix B of the report, as it meets the intent of the Rental 100 program. If approved, the application would provide 31 new secured market rental units and contribute to the rental targets outlined within Housing Vancouver. Thank you. I understand the applicant will now provide us with a short presentation.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. We are moving on to the applicant team, who I am informed has a 14-slide presentation. And maybe you can introduce yourselves and then go ahead with your with the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can everybody hear me all right?
We can. We can even see you.
There you go. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Neil Robertson. I'm the project architect for this project. I'm here with our client, Kuldeep Tadler from Tadler Development. Who will be available to answer any questions you may have. Please don't be afraid by the 14-slide roster that we have. I have approximately 4 slides, and I have the extra ones to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thanks.
We were engaged by our client a couple of years ago on this project. The project originally had, this property originally had a development permit in place to develop a 4-story condo project for this lot. But shortly after getting approvals, our client approached us to see and explore the possibility of doing a rental project instead of a 4-story condo project. We checked the policies, and of course the Rental 100 policy was available, and we advised our clients that this would be a supportable way to redevelop the site for rental. I won't rehash a lot of the same territory that Jim did. He did a very good job of presenting. But Clerk, do you have the slides? Screen, please.
They're up.
Oh, they are. Okay. can't see them, but I'll trust that they are.
So we have site context as the first slide we have up.
So as Jim mentioned, we're close to a lot of elementary schools. We're approximately a 7-minute walk from Charles Dickens Elementary School, an 8-minute walk to Tyee Elementary, and a 5-minute drive to Sir Charles Tupper Secondary, and a 6-minute drive to Gladstone Secondary, 6-minute drive to Trout Lake, and we're only 2-minute walk away from the bus line on Kingsway, and another line on Nice Street running north-south. We feel it's a very appropriate site for in terms of connectivity for multifamily development, especially one oriented towards families and professionals. Slide, please. As Jim mentioned, to the west of us, there's 2 4-story C2 full density developments. These, I believe, are both condo buildings. And to the east of us, there is currently, if you look at the bottom of our slide here, to the east, there is also an application for another 6-story rental application to the east of us. We feel it's generally in pretty good keeping with the neighborhood character and with what's going to be coming down the road. I'm sure Council's aware of the proposed amendments to the C2 district schedule, which would result in this form of development for rental becoming not requiring a rezoning, be done under the district schedule itself. So with that in mind, I think it's quite appropriate. Slide, please. Being a C2 lot, we have 0 lot line situation on the east and west. We've stepped back the face of the building on the Kingsway facing side to give an impression of more of a 4-story typology as experienced from the pedestrian path. On the north side, one of the major concerns that we dealt with was shadowing to the development across the lane to the north. In response to that, we've stepped back and terraced the north side of the building. This aided quite a bit with the shading concerns, but also created opportunities for some really nice rooftop decks for all the units facing north. This is a pretty spectacular city. As part of our rainwater management strategy, we're proposing to put an extensive drainage system on this project, as you can see here. This will reduce storm surge and also putting species of plants up on the roof that would support birds. Slide, please. As I mentioned, the original development permit for this project was for a 4-story condo building. Our approach originally was to essentially take the approved development and add 2 more stories of family units on top. I say that was our approach because, as it turned out, there was several issues with the existing approved design. We've kept a lot of it the same, but we really wanted to create sort of a layering effect as we moved up. Another important strategy for us was to redefine the residential entry separate from the at-grade commercial. So to that end, we punctuated it with a recessed entry that carries up the sort of delineates that entry. To improve the warmth of the facade a little bit, we've included some glowing screens on the south side to give some solar protection in summer months that we could use glowing screens while letting light in. In speaking with staff, it was important that we really create a commercial sense at grade. So in response to that, at grade we have strong, robust, long-lasting materials such as brick, that really sort of grounds the building, defines it as a commercial building. Slide, please. These are just a couple more renderings of the building. You can sort of see how we step the building back on the north side, creating all those step-back decks. See a little bit more of the greenery on the south side. I think I'll leave it right there. I don't feel that this is an especially contentious use, especially in light of the proposed amendments to the C2 zone. But as I mentioned, both myself and Mr. Tadmar here to answer any questions that the council. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for their presentation. So this is the point where council, if you want to ask questions to staff or the applicants, and this is the only chance you have to ask questions of the applicants, please put yourself on the list. We have Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, this is a question for the staff, I think. Slide 9 had the market rents in new apartments in the area as being lower than the starting rents in this proposed building. Is that correct? And how can we justify that if it is?
That is, yes. So the slide that I showed had the average rents on the east side was shown in blue in the central column. And so this reflects the average rents on the east side from 2010 to 2019, while the rents shown in the green column reflect the average prices from 2005 plus 10%, and these are the DCL rents. Although this 10% increases the rent above the average rents of the east side, it does enable applications such as this to be viable. Without that 10%, we would end up with 4-storey buildings on sites such as this, with a price that's more reflective of the other column on the right-hand side that's more associated with home ownership. So in this situation, we would ultimately have less housing stock at higher cost than those that were presented in the green column.
Okay, thanks. One more question. Is there any plan to prevent gentrifying the small businesses along Kingsway there? I noticed that when I was there, there was lots of little Vietnamese restaurants and, dry cleaners and little medical shops. And I think with the new building coming in, the rents that the businesses will have to pay will probably be quite pricey. And I'm wondering if those little businesses will be pushed out.
Again, Councillor, we're perhaps I'll see what the staff has to reply to this, but we are supposed to focus on a specific building, although I do recognize there will be impacts on the immediate area. So I'll allow that if staff has some kind of response.
Hi, this is Grace from the Planning Department. Yeah, this application does try to provide small local business commercial units along this Kingsway. And you can see this very small frontage, only 75 feet. They already provide 2 small units, each one about 30 feet wide of the commercial frontage. So in the overall area is around 1,000 square feet. It's quite compatible with the other commercial units along the street.
Comparable in size, but do you think it would be comparable in price?
This is a new building, and we believe this new development will definitely improve the whole public realm and the commercial environment overall.
Councillor Swanson, this is also Teresa O'Donnell. I just want to hop in here. I know that you're aware that we don't currently have financial protection for these small business owners. It is something that our Chris Clibben and Chris Robertson is looking at with some of the COVID recovery economic development work that they're working on, but presently we do not have those policies in place.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Swanson. Just returning to the list, we have Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Just going through this, maybe first for staff. So just to confirm, this is about $750,000 DCL waiver, but there is about 80,000 in DCLs for the CRU. Is that correct?
Yes, those are. Yep.
Okay. And the mix is I see there's quite a few 2-bedrooms and even 3-bedrooms in there. Are there any are we anticipating this is going to be family housing, or are there considerations specifically to encourage family housing here?
Sure. So we have over half of the apartments are family-sized apartments. So we have 52% of those apartments has 2 or 3 bedrooms. We've also had a recommendation to the applicant to increase the size of the outdoor amenity space to include areas that are more appropriate for the play of kids.
Okay, that's good to hear. That was sort of where I was going with that. Okay, thank you. So there is outdoor access for children. Question for the developer then. On the commercial units, now I'm familiar with this location too. It's been abandoned commercially for at least 10 years. I don't think there's been anything there. It's been boarded up for a long time. What kind of considerations do you have for how you're going to, do you have thoughts around the rental, the targeting that you're planning for the CRUs here? Have there been any considerations around which?
Good evening, Council and Your Worship. This is Kuldeep from Tatla Development. In response to Peter, your question, do we have any considerations for the retail space? The retail spaces are small and most likely they will be occupied with small uses such as restaurants of a small type, maybe a coffee shop or something of that nature, or maybe a post office, a UPS type of store, more of a compact in nature form. And just in expansion to that and to Councillor Swanson's comments about gentrification and other tenants being pushed out of this area, this is not really the case for this specific project because we're actually adding new business to the area with 2 retail units where there isn't any on the current site itself. So it's not really competing or forcing others out of the specific Cedar Cottage area itself.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It has been more abundant for quite some time. So, okay, that's good for me. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Fry. And now that we've had questions, we're going to hear from the public. We did have 2 people that I believe are from the clerk that are on the line. And first we have Craig Patterson, who is a resident of Vancouver, according to the sign-in sheet. Is Mr. Patterson on the line? Clerk, so we having any luck there?
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here. We're just working with the city moderator to get the speaker enabled.
Okay. While we're waiting, I'll say if there are any speakers for this item and wish to speak to council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. The phone number, of course, is on Twitter and available on the live stream.
Hello?
Hi there. Mr. Patterson?
Yes, hello?
Hi, this is the mayor speaking, and you're free to comment on this rezoning proposal for up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Am I allowed to ask questions too?
No, this is a portion where you just provide a statement for up to 5 minutes, and then councillors may ask you questions. But perhaps if you wanted questions asked to the staff, you could suggest that, and maybe a councillor would ask for you.
Okay, thank you. I've been living here 26 years. I live 2 blocks away from the development. I'm a homeowner, and I carefully watch what goes on in the area in which I live, which is almost all of East Van. I've lived in East Van for 45 years. The Kingsway is being developed heavily right now between Knight Street and I'm sorry, I've forgotten Fraser. And most of the multi-story buildings that are going up are ugly. That's the main point I want to make. They're ugly. They have no character. They're either all white or they're all gray. And Kingsway is already one of the most ugly streets in the whole of Vancouver. You all know that. Commissioner who walked around the dry cleaning stores can attest to that. Most of the small businesses are not kept up. They don't wash them. They don't paint them. And I think the city could do a lot with the existing owners of these buildings to try and make them look a lot better with simple cans of paint. But I want to talk to the design of these buildings. This is a heritage area. This was the largest rainforest in the world originally in terms of the type and size of trees and the density. Well, it's going away. Valuable trees are being cut down everywhere. Every housing development almost involves cutting down a large hemlock or a maple or a fir or other kinds of trees. And I think that's unnecessary and could be fixed. I think the frontage of the buildings should have some kind of resonance with forest. There should also be some resonance with Native people. We're on Native people's land here. I haven't heard one mention of Native people in this application. We don't have enough Native people living on Kingsway. We have a lot of drug addicts living on Kingsway, but we don't have enough Native people living on Kingsway. And I would suggest that this development should have 25, 30, 35% Native people. And this development should also be below market rental. People can't afford market rental. It's as simple as that. People out of University of BC, they can't afford market rental. So it has to be below market rental. That's who needs housing the most in this city, as you all know. And I just want to make another general point, and that is it's very hard to review these development applications unless you're an expert in all kinds of things. And we don't even know, for example, who the owner of the building is. We don't know who they are, whether they're Chinese, Iranian, offshore, money launderers. We have no idea who they are. And
right,
that's wrong.
Mr. Batterson, just when we're having public comments here or any comments, we just try not to disparage any councillors or folks making applications, and so I thank you for your general comments about the neighborhood, about the building. But if you could just keep it to that would be great.
Well, what are you talking about? Censorship? What did I say that upset you, Mr. Mayor?
I'm not going to get into debate here, sir.
Pardon?
I'm not going to get into debate with you here, sir. I just say if you could
offshore. I'm talking offshore. That's what I meant. I didn't mean ethnicity. I meant offshore.
I think ownership questions are. That's fine.
People who are mostly only interested in money, Mr. Mayor.
I understand. Thank you for that.
You know what money is and how much it talks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have another speaker on the line. It's Kelly Taleko. Kelly Taleko there.
I hope I'm being heard. I didn't receive a cue. Can you hear me?
I absolutely can hear you. Please go ahead. You have I do hear some background noise. Just a minute, Ms. Taleko. Yes, if I could ask folks that are on the line, perhaps staff, if you could mute your microphones. I think that's okay now. Ms. Taleko, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Kelly Taleko. I am a Vancouver resident and live within 1 block of the subject site, and I'm speaking in the other category. You last heard from me on July 7th in a similar FACES session about a MERP project 1 block to the west, a neighborhood-changing 12-story building. Since then, the Broadway and Shaughnessy hearings have proven the points I made at that time, that public hearings are all too often toxic, that residents don't understand the reality that a site presented at hearing has been sanctioned by the city's professional planners, and they are the ones who determine neighborhood fit and conformity with an approved neighborhood plan, and that in a housing crisis when council has set a goal to create 72,000 homes in 10 years, you must approve any proposal that comes forward to meet that goal. Nevertheless, I'll offer a resident's viewpoint, first reflecting on some quaint history. Slide 1 shows a neighborhood stone marker that sits 1/2 block to the east of the subject site. And it says, slide 2, please. I'll read part of this. A vision for developing our neighborhood.
I'm sorry,
Hello?
I'm just going to pause your. Hi, it's the mayor here. I'm just going to pause you for a second because I didn't realize you had slides. You had slides for us to view?
Yes, I submitted them and had exchange with the clerk's office 2 days ago.
Great. Okay, I just see them now. Sorry for the delay there, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody could see them, and they can. So we're good. So please continue.
Thank you. I ask for slide 2 now, please, which shows the text of this stone, which I will read only part of. A vision for developing our neighborhood began in 1998. It became a reality through countless hours of volunteer time. The results can be seen in revitalization and growing prosperity. Kensington Cedar Cottage is a place where residents have meaningful input. The outcome of that process, cited in the 1247 referral report, is a 22-year-old document that should be consigned to the archives. It has no meaning in 2020. Its view of community involvement anywhere in the city has become as dusty as other markers along Kingsway. Slide 3, please. Show that briefly, followed by slide 4 to show the smaller sign in the poll. Citizens' input of whatever kind demonstrably has no impact at the public hearing stage. Its one value is to take a snapshot of this time in the city's history. I see that slides are not able to move along.
We're on the Indigenous Trail. We're on the Indigenous Trail Wagon Road slide.
Oh, fine. I'll disregard what I see on screen then. Slide 5, please. I live on the south side of Kingsway, almost opposite the site. From my small back window looking across the laneway and commercial rooftops, I see this view of the North Shore Mountains, and I celebrate this view every day of the year, no matter the season, the weather, the time of day, and I miss it in the smoke. When the 1247 building goes up, the focus of my view will be gone. Slide 6, please. Also in the pipeline is an immediately adjacent building, and when that's in place, my view will have vanished completely. Slide 7, please. One person's window on the world is trivial compared to the city's housing crisis, and certainly trivial compared to the urgent needs you all addressed in yesterday's special council meeting. Yet I note that even those citizens with roofs over their heads do not necessarily sleep easily. Comments from another East Van resident about the Broadway site on tonight's agenda say in part, quote, "We are reaching the breaking point in this community. We are anxious, hurt, worn out, depressed from being under relentless attack with no end in sight. We cannot continue to survive as individuals or a community while living in an endless state of siege." As I stated in July, the urgency of the housing crisis as it affects all Vancouver neighborhoods has not been adequately communicated to citizens, and I look to you, Mayor and Council, for leadership in this matter. As rezoning proceeds and new plans are unveiled, like the Mayor's Making Home project, what I want from elected officials is a progress report, delivered in person via a press conference by the Mayor or his deputy, at least once a quarter on a schedule, showing firm numbers on what's been achieved, what's in the pipeline in all categories and all neighborhoods. This is what has worked in the COVID crisis, specific, factual information presented publicly on a scheduled basis. This is the leadership we need here. Regarding the 1247 site, I have 2 comments on the public realm. Our working class area doesn't need high-end decor, but the city and developers should be aware of the bases around the 2 boulevard trees. Here's the block to the east, where sidewalk upheaval competes with retail deliveries, pedestrians, strollers, walkers, skateboarders, and cyclists of all ages and ability. Slide 8, please. Finally, I'm thankful that no so-called public art is required of this project. Slide 9, please. These life-size sculptures sit right outside our local branch library. Kingsway has been prime habitat for rats even before the pandemic, and this installation shows pronounced insensitivity to the realities of the community. Slide 10, please. In summary, I urge you to do a better job of communicating to current residents that the housing crisis is real and massive, and in response, you, our elected officials, are enacting real and massive plans that will change existing neighborhoods forever. The least you can do is make that explicitly clear on a detailed and regular basis so that residents are not surprised when changes come their way. Slide 11, please. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That's appreciated. And I don't see any questions for you, but really want to thank you so much for coming in this evening and sharing your perspectives. Council, I'm just going to ask the clerk if there are any other people on the line who wanted to speak to this item.
Mayor Stewart, this is the clerk here. We have no one else on the line.
Okay, I'm going to call my regular 3 times for additional speakers. If there are any other speakers who wish to speak to this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by code 91750 hashtag to get on the list. And the phone number is available on the live stream. And I'm just going to ask clerks, is there anybody in the chambers who wanted to speak to this?
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here, there is no one in the chamber.
Thanks very much. I'm going to call a second time for additional speakers, 1-833-353-8610, participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list before the close of the speakers list. And that number is available on the live stream or Twitter. I'm going to check with you, clerk, on this second call. Is there anybody on the line?
Still no one on the line, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Okay, Council, so we'll take 5 minutes to give people an ample time to call in, 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list. It is 7:19. Council, I'll pull us back at 7:25 to continue on the debate, and my last final call for speakers. Thank you, and we'll see you at 7:25.
Mayor Stewart is the clerk here, and we still have no one further on the line and neither in the chamber to speak.
Okay, thanks very much. So I'm going to read out the number one last time. Any other speakers who wish to speak to this item? 1-833-353-8610, followed by code 91750 hashtag to get on the queue. And we're at 7:24 with nobody else on the line, so I think that is it. And right. Okay, so since there's no other speakers to speak to this, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received after 5 p.m., I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, ask further questions from staff, and to make a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments? You just have to unmute there, please. Still muted.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Any closing comments?
Yes, Your Worship. Just a brief, quick ones. We think this is a great project. We're quite excited to have an opportunity to take something that was slated to be condos and provide family-oriented rental business. I believe Mr. Tadler has something like that.
Yes, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for considering the project today for final rezoning adoption. Just a couple of comments we wanted to make for this specific project are, once more, the project itself has a very large percentage of family units. Nearly 50% are family units within the project. The project is in unit size, designed at a much greater than average square footage for typically designed rental buildings of this nature, with an average square footage of 897 square feet per unit. All parking and bike storage is fully concealed within the below-grade parking area, and it is fully provided as per the zoning bylaw. And the project itself, as you know, is adding 31 rental units, an opportunity for 2 additional small businesses to enter the market, where in place there was previously a 4-story market condominium project proposed, which wouldn't have any opportunity for rental, or unless it was owner rental. We also, in our company itself, have experience in this specific Cedar Cottage area. We did go through the rezoning, development, and construction of 968 Kingsway, which is a mid-block site just west of Windsor on the south side of Kingsway, and that was on a 99 by 122 frontage, and that was completed in 2016 under the STIR program, which transitioned to Rental 100. That itself was 44 rental apartments with 3 commercial uses at grade. 2 of the commercial uses were combined into 1 unit by the tenant, which is a very well established now in that specific area. Cedar Kensington Cottage as a physiotherapy and rehab center, and then the other one was occupied by professional offices, an accounting firm. So in this area itself, we've seen not only the tenants that occupy the buildings, but businesses that come in to be adding a lot of value to the specific area and actually improving it greatly. Beyond that, I don't have any additional comments, but I'll pass it over to Neil. Thank you, Richard.
Great. Anything else from the applicant? No, I think we're good. Okay. Thanks very much. Staff have any closing comments?
Thank you, Mayor. We don't have anything further to add.
Thanks very much. Council, any questions for staff? I don't see anybody on the queue. So do we have a mover for the recommendation?
I'll move the recommendations. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. We have a seconder.
Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. And if there's any debate, please put yourself on the list. Councillor Swanson, I see you there. I'm just going to move you on your queue once I get my mouse over to my second screen. Please go ahead.
This is a 6 one way and half a dozen the other one for me. On the positive side, there's no displacement of residential or business tenants. It's not condos, and there's a green roof. on the negative side, it's high rents and providing a city subsidy in the form of DCL waivers for high rents. And it's just part of more development with no plan on Kingsway. So I guess I'll figure it out when I press the button.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Swanson. I don't see anybody else on the list so for debate, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the vote then.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor DeGenova on a point of privilege. If I could get a vote of 6, please. In favor?
Please. Okay, thank you. In favor for Councillor DeGenova? And I hear some folks in the background, so if you could just make sure you're all muted if your staff are new to the call. Clerks, if I can ask the vote to be put on the screen, and we have that as passed with none in opposition. So thank you very much, Council, for that this evening, and thank you to the staff for the excellent presentation and work on this, and thank you to the applicant for putting the work in, and also for those who called in tonight to participate. So thank you so much, and now we're going to move on to item number 3, which is the CD1 amendment to 1649 East Broadway, formerly of another address on East Broadway, and I'll get the clerk to read the application.
This is an application by IBI Group Architects to amend CD1 715 Comprehensive Development District Bylaw for 1649 East Broadway to increase the floor space ratio from 4.0 to 5.0 and to increase the maximum building height from 33.2 meters or 108.9 feet to 36.5 meters or 119.8 feet, allowing for 2 additional stories to permit the development of a 12-story mixed-use building with 114 secured rental residential units, including 91 market rental units and 23 below-market rental units, and commercial uses at grade. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 4 pieces of correspondence in support and 1 piece of correspondence is in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 3 p.m. today.
Thanks so much. Council, just to let you know, we have no speakers on this one right now. Of course, I will make the regular call out publicly, but just to let you know, there are no folks that have signed up to speak to this. We have
move to waive the presentation.
Okay. I just asked. Okay. I just asked if anybody does want to see it. I usually show it. So does anybody wish to see the presentation?
Is it possible to ask questions of staff without seeing the presentation?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So that's always your right. And if no one wants to see it, then we'll thank Mr. McDougall and just say to get ready for questions. Is there anything you wanted to say, Mr. McDougall, before we move on to the applicant? Oh, somebody's typing. Hi.
Good evening.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, Council. This is Mr. McDougall from the Rezoning Center. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Is the applicant team here to speak to it? You might be on mute. Clerks, do we have the applicant team here?
Mayor Stewart, this is the clerk here. I'm uncertain if there is a representative from the applicant team. I would have to ask the planning team if...
Sure.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Yes, we can. Hi, this is the mayor speaking. Is this the applicant team?
Yes, it is.
Great, thanks. Did you have anything you wanted to say about this application before we move to hearing from the public or questions?
Yes, we have questions. If any questions you have. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. But no presentation, that's great. And we do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. I'm not sure if it's for staff or the applicant, but Councillor Hardwick, please go for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. My understanding is that the original application in 2018 was for 85 units with an FSR of 4, and the revised application is for 114 units with an FSR of 5. The proposed FSR is increased, therefore, by 25%, but the number of units has increased by 34%. And had a bit of an examination, and I'm concerned about the livability of some of the units based on the size of some of the bedrooms. I'm sure that staff will know what I'm talking about. I'm interested to know, since it appears that the city doesn't have any regulations around the unit size for these, is that something that you're working on? Because MERP allows the relaxation in unit size for these market units. And I'm trying to get a sense of how this analysis shows that we're failing on both counts. But what are we doing to measure livability in these small suites?
Is that to staff or to the applicant?
Staff.
Okay, the staff?
Good evening, Council. This is Ryan Din, Development Planner from City of Vancouver. For the scope of rezoning, we don't really look into the detail of the unit layout. However, we recognize some units that may have issue with livability, and we have a condition in the rezoning to address the livability issue. So by the time, this is to remind the applicant to address this issue at the development permit stage, and staff will ensure that this issue will be met before the permit issuance.
Excellent, and I'm sure that you will communicate that loud and clear to the applicant, because again, just in raw numbers, going from 25% increase on FSR and 34% in the number of units speaks to livability issues that I think should require some more attention. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, to staff. A while back, like maybe a year or so ago, Council passed a motion around particulate pollution on arterials, and there was a direction there to examine our building and zoning codes so that we could determine how to protect the health of people, families, and people living in these buildings that are on arterials. And I'm just wondering if any of that has happened, or if there's any measures to protect people, especially the ones that are right on Broadway there, from all the particulates and pollution that's going to be flowing up into their windows, especially when they're open.
So I'd ask staff in the reply just to address this specific project, as is the kind of subject of public hearings, and with the larger questions, flowing to the council meetings. So staff, do you have an answer for Councillor Swanson around this specific project?
Thank you, Mayor. This is Susan Chang, Development Planner. There are options that the applicant can consider. There's triple pane glazing, looking at, however, we currently don't really have a policy to address this at this point.
Council, this is Teresa O'Donnell. I'll just hop in here. We don't have any formal policies on the books. There are some construction materials that we can explore with the applicant, which we're happy to do. We could also look at enclosing those balconies. However, from a livability standpoint, we really try to stay away from that, but we will note the council concerns, and we will, through the development permit, continue to work with the applicant to address these kind of externalities. Sorry, that's about all we've got to go on tonight. Yeah.
The hope of the motion was that it would happen through the city planning process, citywide planning process. Thank you.
Yes, and I know the sustainability staff are looking at that, but we don't have those particular recommendations with us tonight, though. But we will talk to them about it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor. Thank you, staff and Councillor Swanson. And that's it for questions from councillors. And now we're going to hear from the public. If any speakers want to speak to this item, please call 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list. Phone numbers on the live stream. Clerk, we didn't have any speakers signed up for this, but I understand we have a speaker in the chamber.
This is the clerk here, Mayor Stewart, and yes, the speaker is just coming forward.
Great, thanks very much. And when he or she is, or when they're ready, happy to start the clock.
Mayor Stewart, the speaker is now ready.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Bohas. I'm a resident of Grandview Woodland. I have a degree in landscape architecture.
Thanks so much for coming in. And you're all ready to go at 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Sure. So, yes, my name is Stephen Bohas. I'm a resident of Grandview Woodland. I have a degree in landscape architecture, and I wanted to make some comments that weren't really made about this application. Some general comments that this is actually a text amendment to a previous rezoning. I think there should be a little bit of a cooling period off between like rezonings and rezoning them. There's a fairly large increase in density, 4.0 to 5.0 FSR, and an extra 2 stories. But I do have some specific comments. One is that if you look at the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, which planning staff wrote for the community, this actually does not meet the requirements of the community plan. Because in section 6.71 on page 112 of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, it says the portion of any building above 18.3 meters, 60 feet in height should not exceed a typical floor plate of 603.9 square meters or 6,500 square feet. And this floor plate maximum is exceeded if you look at the 6th floor on the rezoning info page. It says on the stats it's 7,833.8 square feet. And this is important because the rezoning sign says that this falls under the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, but it doesn't, because there's no allowance in the Grandview Woodland Community Plan policy to make a relaxation for this floor plate requirement. It's not there. There is for density, there is for height, but not for floor plate. Some other very large problems with the whole process is the fact that there was no open house. There was no open house held. And in terms of even having signage, the rezoning information sign was not posted on the property for many months. It was, I know that we were in the beginning of a pandemic and so on, but the rezoning sign, it was only posted in late May or early June. And there were only a few days then for comments. I did get my comments in on time, and I'm very disappointed that my comments were not included in the policy report. Only a couple of them were included. So I've made my comment here about the floor plate not being respected in terms of the maximum floor size. The other issue is that if we look at the general policy of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, if we go back and look at what the Citizens Assembly final report said maximum 6 stories for the site. And now this application is actually double what the Citizens Assembly final report said that this site should be zoned at. So there's a clear disconnect with what planning wrote in their plan that they imposed on Grandview Woodland versus what Citizens Assembly came up with. So I really, have serious issues that this document is called the community plan. I don't believe it is. I also think that we need to have some information about how are we doing in terms of the numbers that were staked out for Grandview Woodland in terms of the number of new units, mix of units, and so on. So how are we doing to date? Is there some kind of spreadsheet that tabulates the type of units where they're coming online and what our community is supposed to receive in the future? Because I haven't found it, and I heard a previous speaker for the last item also asking about it in their community in Kensington Cedar Cottage, like where is the information about how many units are coming online, or what are the requirements, what are they looking under their community vision in terms of their growth. So there's a lot of missing information here, and thus I think the policy report's very much incomplete. Now, in terms of an open house, I know the open house is obviously a formality. City rents a hall, they put up some boards, and then people fill in their comments. And the comments are, in my opinion, my experience, are very rarely integrated into anything coming out of that open house. But we didn't even have the formality of an open house. I think the process is very much broken. The virtual public open houses that have been now since put in place, I think they're also inadequate and highly problematic. So I think there's an opportunity to revisit that. And in my comments to planning staff, I went through a detailed analysis of all the renderings, and I don't believe the renderings are accurate. The correspondence has gone back and forth with planning staff, and that was not included also in the reference. So thank you for your time.
Okay.
And I also believe that this is not a very attractive building. Comments were made about Kingsway and Broadway. This is would be an eyesore, I believe, and it's a poor urban design. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for coming in this evening. There are no questions for you, and I'm going to make my first call now for other speakers to this item who wish to speak. Can call 1-833-353-8610, participant code 91750, hashtag to get on the list. And I'll ask the clerk on this first call, is there anybody on the line to speak to this?
Mayor Stewart, it is the clerk here, and we have no one on the line to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to have my second call then, 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750, hashtag to get on the list. And of course, that number is available on the live stream. Clerks, is there anyone else in the chambers to speak to this?
Mayor Stewart, there is no one in the chamber to speak.
Great. Council, I am going to now take a 5-minute recess to see if any calls have come in for this item. 1-833-353-8610, participant code 91750, hashtag to get on the list. It is now 7:46. Let's come back at 7:51 to complete this item. Thanks very much, Council, and we'll see you in 5. the summary of the application and summary correspondence, please.
This is an application by Human Studio Architecture Plus Urban Design to rezone 2336 to 2366 Charles Street from C1 Commercial District to RT5 Two-Family Dwelling District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story mixed-use building with commercial uses at grade and 62 secured rental residential units, a height of 22.0 meters or 72.2 feet, and a floor space ratio of 3.2 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 57 pieces of correspondence in support, 32 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 4 pieces of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 3 p.m. today.
Great, thank you so much for that. We do have a number of speakers for this item, Council, so I think it's best that we move ahead with Kent McDougall from the Rezoning Center with his presentation. Mr. McDougall, are you here for, I can see your presentation on the screen now, at least on the WebEx screen. I think clerks will need it on the public screen as well. And whenever you're ready. There it is. It's up on the public screen. Yep, okay. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kent McDougall, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application at 2336 to 2366 Charles Street. The application is being considered under the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. The site is a 4-lot assembly with 3 lots currently zoned C1 commercial and a single RT5 two-family dwelling lot. Immediately west and southwest of the site is zoned RM8A, allowing 3-story townhome forms. Immediately south of the site, across the lane, is zoned C2 commercial, allowing for 4-story mixed-use development. Across Nanaimo to the east and Charles Street to the north is zoned C1 commercial, allowing for 3-story mixed-use development. The existing C1 zoned Charles Street commercial node is highlighted in blue. The subject site, highlighted in red, is situated on the south side of Charles Street between Nanaimo Street and Garden Drive. Consists of 4 lots, which are currently developed with single-family houses. At the time of the rezoning application in February of 2019, the 4 properties were leased back to the previous homeowners. None of the 4 houses were constructed prior to 1940, nor were they identified in the plan as potential heritage sites or part of a character streetscape cluster. The site is located within the catchment of the Lord Nelson Elementary School, located less than a block west of the site, and within the catchment of Templeton Secondary School, located approximately 6 blocks north. According to the Vancouver School Board's 2019 Draft Long-Range Facilities Plan, Lord Nelson Elementary is currently operating at or near its 429-seat capacity. However, utilization of school facilities varies widely across the city, with excess capacity recorded at nearby elementary schools such as Britannia, Grandview, and the Queen Victoria Annex. Greater capacity is found at the secondary level, where the capacity utilization was approximately 800 of Templeton Secondary's 1,400-seat capacity in 2017, with a draft forecasted surplus of 629 spaces in 2027. A number of childcare locations indicated by the blue dot and parks are located within a 10-minute walk of the site, including the Village Childcare and St. Louis Park at Lord Nelson Elementary and Monkey Tree Montessori Preschool and Kindergarten on Nanaimo Street. There are also 3 bikeways located in close proximity, indicated by the purple dashed lines, including the Union-Adenac Corridor along Adenac Street, the Sunrise Bikeway along Slocan Street, the Lakewood Bikeway along Lakewood Drive. Transit access is available along Nanaimo Street, with the number 7 bus route providing direct links to downtown and the Nanaimo SkyTrain station. In terms of policy context, the site is within the Nanaimo Precinct sub-area of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, highlighted in orange. Policy direction for this area is to support the development of designated shopping nodes along Nanaimo Street at the intersections of Charles Street, East First Avenue, and Broadway. The focus of the shopping node areas along Nanaimo Street is on enhancing the vitality of the small, locally serving retail and service nodes with new mixed-use development that includes ground floor commercial space. The site is located within the Charles Street shopping node, allowing for consideration of development densities of up to 3.2 FSR and building heights up to 6 stories. An application was originally made in February of 2019, which consisted of a 6-story courtyard-oriented mixed-use development with at-grade commercial space fronting Nanaimo Street and strata residential. The proposal was reviewed by the Urban Design Panel in May of 2019, and while the panel was generally supportive of the courtyard form and height, they recommended resubmission with regard to increasing the neighborliness and improving the overall form, expression, and character of the building. The applicant team responded to the panel's advice with a revised 6-story development proposal in December of 2019, which was supported by the panel in February 2020. In April of 2020, the applicant proposed a change of the residential tenure of the building from strata-titled to secured rental with the same height and density, which is the proposal being considered this evening. In accordance with the plan, this application proposes a 6-story building with at-grade commercial space and 100% of the residential floor area as secured rental. The recommended height is 22 meters with an accompanying density of 3.2 FSR. Staff are recommending reinstating the height from the original application, which was lowered in the revised submission based on recommendations from the Urban Design Panel to support retail viability and residential livability. The proposal currently includes 62 secured rental units, 60% of which are family-oriented units with 2 or more bedrooms, exceeding the city's family unit requirements of 35%. 2 levels of underground parking are to be accessed from the lane south of the site, and parking is being provided as per the parking bylaw. The building form is comprised of a 6-story form along Nanaimo Street and a 5-story form separated by a courtyard with a common outdoor amenity including play space on level 2. While a courtyard building typology is not specifically anticipated by the plan, courtyard building forms are generally encouraged as the typology allows for more family units and improved livability benefits such as cross ventilation and increased daylighting. At the ground level, 5 commercial retail units front Nanaimo Street with the 2 corner units wrapping around the corners to Charles Street and the lane to the south. The retail units are sized to support local serving commercial tenants and uses as well as providing active and animated public realm interface. The proposal reinforces the retail vitality of Nanaimo Street and the shopping node with small, local serving retail units and transparent facades to encourage public realm activation and retail visibility. This application, if approved, would add approximately 62 rental housing units to the city's inventory of rental housing and contribute to the targets set out in the Housing Vancouver strategy. It would also contribute to the plan's market rental targets of 1,400 units through the 30-year lifespan of the plan. The applicant has requested a DCL waiver for the residential floor area. To be eligible for the waiver, this project must meet the maximum average rental rates and unit size restrictions under the DCL bylaw. This figure shows the project's proposed starting rents, the current allowable DCL bylaw maximum average rent rates, average rents in newer buildings in the east side of Vancouver, and the estimated monthly cost of home ownership. The proposed rents in this application are a lower and viable alternative to the cost of home ownership, particularly for larger units. In terms of public consultation, the applicant hosted a drop-in engagement center from December 4th to December 7th with 57 attendees, and a developer-led pre-application open house held on December 6, 2018 with 38 attendees. A city-led open house was hosted by staff on May 2nd of 2019 with 75 attendees, and staff received a total of 83 comments based on the original submission. With revisions to the proposal, the site sign and web page were updated, and update notification postcards were mailed out on February 4th of 2020, and staff received a total of 61 additional comments. Overall, staff received 144 pieces of feedback through the consultation process. Comments received in support of the proposal generally cited appropriate height and density, new housing, and new commercial space, while concerns raised through the process generally related to building height, massing, and density, increased traffic, congestion, and safety issues, limited local school capacity, parking, and general design and neighborhood fit. In response to the feedback received regarding height, staff note that the site is identified in the plan as a suitable location for mixed-use development in mid-rise apartment forms up to 6 stories to support greater housing options in the neighborhood, and the proposed building complies with the plan in terms of building height and density. As well, considering the arterial width of Nanaimo Street, which is approximately 100 feet, 6 stories represents an incremental increase in height relative to the 4 stories achievable on the neighboring C2 zone site, immediately south across the lane, and the plan-enabled 6 stories across Charles Street. 6 stories also represents an incremental increase in height relative to the 3 stories achievable on the neighboring RM8 zone site immediately west, and up to 6 stories considered under the plan across Nanaimo Street. Regarding concerns around increased traffic, for a 6-story development at an arterial road location, potential increase in traffic is considered limited, and staff do not anticipate any traffic congestion in local streets. Further, significant improvements to Nanaimo Street corridor is near completion. Improved pedestrian and cyclist conditions, including controlled street crossings, have been installed at the Charles Street intersection. In terms of parking, with 65 proposed parking spaces, the proposal currently has more parking than required for a rental mixed-use project of this size. Based on staff review, public feedback, and urban design panel advice, staff have prepared conditions related to form of development around neighborhood fit to be applied to the proposal. Staff highlight the following design development conditions to better integrate the building into the surrounding area, including notching the west facade to reduce the building length and improve the transition to neighboring properties, and continued improvement with neighborliness, including minimizing privacy and overlook impacts. With the conversion of the project to rental, some units appear to exceed the DCL waiver unit size requirements by varying amounts and will have to be adjusted. As a result, the unit count may change slightly during the subsequent development permit application stage when refinements to floor plans occur. However, the residential floor area will be unchanged. In terms of public benefits, this proposal includes 100% of the residential floor area as secured rental housing. The benefit accruing from this application is the contribution of units to the city's secured rental housing stock for the longer of 60 years and the life of the building. The community amenity contributions policy for rezonings requires lower density secured market rental applications within the C1 zones, proposing more than 4 stories to be subject to a CAC evaluation. Based on the residential tenure and proposed starting rents, no additional CAC is expected. Regarding DCLs, based on the September 2019 rates, the estimated value of the requested waiver of both the DCLs and the utilities DCLs is approximately $1.3 million, and it is anticipated that the commercial component of the project will generate approximately 105,000 DCLs. As part of the Restart Smart Vancouver initiative in response to COVID-19, this project will contribute approximately 217 new on-site and off-site construction jobs during the initiative's recovery phase. In conclusion, this proposal is generally consistent with the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, and staff support this application subject to conditions outlined in Appendix B. Staff are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Just ask if the applicant team is here to speak to the application.
Yes, the applicant team is present.
Would you like to say anything, or you just want to answer questions?
Sure. We just have a couple of very quick comments. My name is Bruce Hayden. I'm one of the principals at Community Studio Architecture. I also have in the room with me Rupert Campbell of Cape Developments, who is our client, and Rob Bars of Modus. And Rob is actually in the room, but he's online. Rob led the public consultation process from our side. And so if there's any question about consultation, Rob is available to ask that. Just some very short comments. We have 4 primary objectives for this project. The first is to improve Nanaimo Street while respecting the neighbors. A key part of this is to add to a great retail node on Nanaimo, and the pandemic has shown us again how important local serving retail is to our neighborhoods. The second objective is to provide housing that promotes social inclusion. We are facing a social isolation crisis, and we believe courtyard housing works much better to support neighbors being friends with each other than alternative design options. The third objective is to expand the mix and quality of housing in East Vancouver. Townhouses, courtyard housing, and double-sided 2 units are very much missing in action in East Van. And last, we want to create an excellent design as a Nanaimo benchmark to meet for future development. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your comments. And now we can move to questions from Council to the applicant or staff at this point. Councillor Boyle, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Thanks. I have a question to staff around the school catchment and capacity aspect. It's my understanding that the Garibaldi Annex shut down a couple years ago because there weren't sufficient students to keep it open, and that those families and students were moved over to Lord Nelson. And so knowing Lord Nelson is at capacity, I'm just curious to know what the potential down the road is if there are a number of families being welcomed into the neighborhood for additional capacity back at Lord Nelson or Garibaldi Annex. Is that information that staff has?
Council, this is Ken McDougall from the Rezoning Center. Regarding the status of the Garibaldi Annex, we've also seen that it has been closed in terms of its future status. We don't necessarily have that information. However, based on the draft long-range facilities plan by the Vancouver School Board, it's indicated that there's capacity within the overall Vancouver School Board system, including neighborhood schools such as Grandview, Queen Alexandra, and the Queen Victoria Annex, and that surplus is anticipated into 2027 as well.
Okay, but the Garibaldi Annex isn't referenced in the long-term facilities plan? Sorry, I know it's a very specific question.
It's currently closed. In terms of forecasting into 2027, in some of the materials that are in that plan, it is listed at that timestamp as non-applicable.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that. That's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from Council, the staff, or the applicant. So we're going to move on to hear from the public. Please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, participant code 91750, hashtag to get on the list. The number's on the live stream if you've missed it. And I know we have speakers, so perhaps, Clerk, we can start with the first speaker, who I have as Marisa Genovese.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and Council. Can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Marisa Genovese, and I reside at 2365 Kitchener Street in Vancouver, directly behind the alley of the proposed development. I strongly oppose the application, as do other residents of the neighborhood, and I have expressed this at numerous previous public hearings. My reasons for opposing the application include the following. The development is currently approved for 6 stories, as opposed to the 4-story maximum height restriction that was agreed to in the 2016 Grandview Woodland Community Plan. I was one of the many, many residents of this neighborhood that spent numerous hours working on the community plan because we care deeply about our neighborhood. We worked to create a plan that would enhance, improve our neighborhood, hence the 4-story maximum height restriction that was part of the community plan. The development has now been changed to a market rental project from a market condo project without any public consultation and consideration of the negative impact on the community. The meeting of the Urban Design Panel on May 15th, 2019, indicated that some members had concerns regarding the negative impact that shadowing will have for residents across the lane, and the applicant has not demonstrated any attempt to mitigate the shadowing. This is of particular concern to me, as the proposed 6-story building height will cause the overshadowing, invasion of my privacy, and a devaluation of my property. The current traffic along Nanaimo Street is relentless, noisy, and continuously increasing. Garden Drive now has become busier due to the new entrance of Lord Nelson School facing Garden Drive and cars detouring off of Nanaimo Street. This project will bring additional cars going up and down the very narrow east-west alley and turn turning onto Nanaimo and Charles Street. All of these additional cars will endanger children's lives and increase congestion and noise pollution. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak to this important issue. I strongly oppose this application. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling in. You do have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thanks so much for joining us and speaking to us. I very much appreciate that. And I got all your points. There's one point, however, that I'm not sure if I understood properly. You talked about the project being changed to market rental from condos without consideration of the negative impacts on the community. I'm not sure what you meant by negative impacts on the community by switching from condos to rental units.
I think, I think as a neighborhood, it would have been nice to have had an open house to be able to discuss this. We were told it was going to be one thing, and then suddenly, without any consultation, it's become something else. And I'm not too sure if, when it is all built, if it truly will retain that market rental capability, or if it will slowly go back to a condo project. I'm not saying that it's negative impact, but it is different when you have a huge rental building suddenly put there in your neighborhood without any discussion, with any consideration to discuss this. It's paying rent is pretty expensive, and it might not be possible for a lot of people to enter our neighborhood because of this change to this project.
Right. So I think I'm understanding you to say that it's not necessarily about the rental, but the fact that you weren't consulted about that change.
I think, yes, that is, because the only reason I found out was when I walked by the giant billboard here on the corner of Charles and Nanaimo, and stopped to really thoroughly read the information and realize that there had been a change, and nobody had been notified about this. It would be nice for the people in this neighborhood that have lived here a long time to have had some heads up, some notification, and to be allowed to have some input regarding the change to this big project.
Right.
And again,
and maybe you would have
Sorry, and again,
Sure.
I just want to verify that I'm not against projects. I'm just not happy with this size, this height, which was not agreed to with something that we spoke about in the Grandview Woodlands plan. We have, right across the street from me, 1 block away, is a very nice project going up called Ella, 4 stories, looks beautiful in the picture, and I think it'll be a great addition to our neighborhood. But then again, it is 4 stories, keeping within what we've all discussed.
Right. Okay. Appreciate that. Also, you would have had a chance, if you had that opportunity to attend a meeting, to learn that if this is a secured market rental project. So you noted, or you questioned whether things could revert back to strata, but it would be a secured market rental project, which means for the life of the building, it would stay as rental. Just so that you're aware of that. Anyway, thank you so much for coming out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. Thank you very much for coming in today. The next speaker I have on my list is Greg Miller.
Okay. Hi. And can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you. Mayor and councillors, thank you so much for the opportunity for me to provide input at this public hearing. My name is Greg Miller. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am opposed to the report recommendations. I've lived at William and Templeton for over 20 years, and it's about 2.5 blocks from the site of the proposed development. I also was involved in the Grandview Woodland Plan process since 2012. Much of what I learned about planning and development, I learned through attending those workshops and the public input sessions that were all part of that plan. At the time the plan was being discussed and written, Nanaimo Street was considered a wide major arterial, and this was factored into many of the decisions in the plan. In February 2019, the city's Streets and Transportation Group announced the Nanaimo Street upgrades for sewer infrastructure. They've also removed a travel lane wherever they could safely do so. They've made a number of other changes to improve safety and made the street a more inviting space. At the early public meetings on the Charles Street development, I asked the city planning staff how these road changes impacted the idea of Nanaimo as a main arterial. They told me they didn't know what was planned for the street and that the two departments did not share information with each other. In my opinion, these changes have reduced the high-speed truck and vehicle traffic, made the street more friendly and accessible. It's no longer a main arterial link, which I think may have been one of the reasons this little piece was connected to being a commercial shopping node. It's even more incongruous now to want to put such a large 6-story building in an area with an existing inviting and fine-grained residential character. As for the designation of the so-called Nanaimo Charles shopping node, I don't know how this was included with the others in the Grandview plan. The others are Commercial Drive, East Hastings, Dundas and Wall, and Nanaimo at First and Nanaimo at Broadway. All of these areas have significantly larger and many more existing shopping possibilities. Now, the plan allows buildings in those nodes to be up to 6 stories. If we look at the two popular traditional and much larger shopping areas, Commercial Drive and Hastings Village, the plan suggests maintaining the current zoning with a maximum of 4 stories in those areas, and so far this remains the city's approach. The Nanaimo shopping nodes at First and at Broadway are allowed for heights up to 6 stories and a density to 3.2 FSR. As I've stated, these are areas with many more existing shops, and they're at major city intersections, yet this is what's also proposed for this tiny Charles shopping node, which is 1 block long on each side of Nanaimo. I think it's wrong to want to go to 6 stories at the smallest shopping area named in Grandview Woodlands, when the other larger areas are either keeping to 4 stories to match their local look and feel, and others are on major arterials and intersections that can handle much larger scale developments. At every public meeting relating to this application and others in the surrounding area, there's been numerous concerns raised about the height and scale of this development and calls to restrict the height to 4 stories or less. Since the Grandview plan, the city has rezoned that area to C1 in July 2018. And as you know, the C1 zoning is to provide for small-scale commercial establishments, fitting in the local neighborhood, having some retail and other residential use. Perfect stuff. This zoning allows for 4-story use, which would be acceptable to this community based on the discussions during the development of the Grandview Woodlands community plan. The developer had originally requested the tailored rezoning to CD1 to allow for a higher FSR than was allowed by the current zoning at that time. I do not see now any good reason for you to go to change to the CD1 zoning in this case based on my earlier arguments. I think you have good reason to consider reducing the size and scale of this development and can do so within your existing zoning and policies. So what do we have? The smallest named commercial shopping node in Grandview Woodlands on a street that's been reduced from a main arterial, close to a new school that already has long waiting lists, and a developer that wishes to push the envelope on what is possible to maximize size and profits. What makes this existing shopping node vibrant is that the shops are small and they can keep the neighborhood community feel. This will not be possible with a 6-story building overlooking a very small 1-block space. This will be there's not only residential densification along Nanaimo and the rest of it. So the whole rest of Nanaimo is zoned for up to 4 stories. This project should match the fine-grained character of the area, and it should add to the enjoyment of this small shopping area, which it does not do at the present height and scale. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And thank you for your comments and your input. We don't have any questions for you, so I'm going to be moving on to the next speaker. We have Trevor Shumka. Mr. Shumka on the line.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Trevor Shumka. I am born and raised in Vancouver. I both live and work in Vancouver and am currently a renter. I strongly support this application for Nanaimo and Charles, and I feel that it should be approved. I actually first became aware of this project back in December 2018 when I stopped into the engagement center that the development team had set up across the street from the project site. It is clear to me that the team designing this project has put a lot of thought into it. I was impressed by how much time the architects spent talking to myself and the other visitors at the engagement center, and have enjoyed watching this project become further refined since that time. I'm also happy to see that it has become a rental project since that time. When I first learned about the project, it was the courtyard style design that really grabbed my eye. This is a concept that I hope to see introduced more frequently on projects. In my view, this design approach is one of the best ways to bring in much needed density to neighborhoods while still maintaining a community feel and encouraging interaction among residents. Being stuck working at home over the past number of months has really reminded me how important it is to have breathing room outside of your residence with room to relax and interact with your friends and neighbors. Being in my late 20s, I'm also at the age where a lot of my friends and colleagues are beginning to get married and start their families. I think that buildings such as the one proposed are the perfect solution for those families looking for a bit more space in a studio or a one-bed apartment, but which cannot afford a single-family home. I know how hard it can be to find a 2 or 3 bed apartment, particularly on a rental basis, and for that reason, I also support this project for making these much-needed units available to renters. Up until this year, I somehow lived in Vancouver all my life without owning a bicycle. This pandemic was a great excuse for me to go and purchase one, and I have spent a lot of time this summer further exploring the city and often found myself crossing Nanaimo on the various bike routes. This experience has stressed for me the importance of creating further retail destinations across our city and ensuring that no matter where you go, you are well served by services. The second main reason I support this project is for the retail spaces that will be built on the ground floor. I think that by this project expanding the retail on the west side of Nanaimo, this area can become a bit more of a destination and hub, and the existing retailers on the east side of the street will also benefit from the continuity. I saw that a couple people have opposed this project due to its height, and my personal opinion is that said opposition is short-sighted. If the height of this project were to be reduced, I think we would either be losing residential units or losing retail spaces. I feel that our city and this neighborhood would be worse off if we lost either. I support the proposed height of the project, and I can't imagine that it would even remotely appear out of place once built. To me, it is the appropriate level of density for this area, and building anything less would be a waste. When I first saw the renderings, I actually thought it looked like 5 stories and not 6 because of the thoughtful design of the upper level units. I struggled to understand how some respondents support 4 stories on this site, but do not support 6. I anticipate that once built, the difference between 4 and 6 stories would be negligible aesthetically, however very significant in terms of the amount of housing delivered. I'm hopeful that enough people will share my point of view and that this project will get approved. I have a couple friends looking for larger apartments that I think this project would be perfect for, and I also look forward to riding my bike to the site for a coffee at the cafe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for calling in tonight. You do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
A very quick question. Do you work in the real estate and property development industry?
Not directly. However, I do work in the retail industry, and the retail market across the city is something I'm deeply involved in and passionate about, including in this area.
Okay, so you don't have a specialization in real estate?
I have a
Thank you very much.
specialization in, yes.
Thank you. Thanks. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you very much for calling in, Mr. Shumka. Next on the line, we have Owen Brady.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Owen Brady, and I strongly support this proposal. I think it's a very attractive building, and the courtyard is a lovely space that will also make living in the apartments much better, especially those on the Nanaimo Street side that will really benefit from an off-arterial window. The retail space will make the area more walkable and help keep commercial rents down. More importantly, these 62 homes are desperately needed and there will be zero displacement of tenants as the detached houses on these lots are leased back to the previous owners. I also note that the rest of the block has already been rezoned for townhouse or greater density. I do live nearby. I know from experience it's very difficult to find a good apartment in this area. It's unfortunate this type of project, which we need so many more of, has to go through a complicated and uncertain rezoning process. There is also an opportunity cost to the city in terms of making the rental development process longer, riskier, and more expensive than it needs to be. And this reduces the surplus that could be extracted for public benefit and reduces the amount of rental housing that will be built. The city should be approving hundreds of proposals like this, including proposals of lower architectural quality and with less articulation, to meet the needs of renters in GW and all over the city. In Grandview Woodlands specifically, recent zoning reforms seem to have a strong bias for townhomes, and I just don't think that level of intensification matches the increased severity of the housing crisis over the past few years, nor the climate crisis, especially considering a realistic pace of redevelopment. I think we need to remember that this particular neighborhood is in the core of the largest metro in Western Canada. But anyway, at least this particular proposal is not one of these wasted opportunities. It's a great project, so in summary, I hope you will not only support it, but find ways to approve many, many more like it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brady. We don't have anybody on the queue to ask you questions, so that's it for this evening. Thanks very much for your comments. We're on to the next speaker, Dave Passon.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mayor Kennedy and Council. There's a few things that I'd like to draw on this in discussion. I've had the opportunity with my neighbors to meet several councillors. When this was proposed before rezoning, we brought up quite a comprehensive package in terms of what was wrong with this particular project. We also have 125 names of immediate neighbors who are opposed to this project in any form, in its current form, I should say. One of the issues that was brought up, I noticed by staff, was the issue of schools. Well, obviously, Lord Nelson is full. The preschools in the area, which they cited, are all full. Most have waiting lists. And in order to take your child, in theory, if you lived in this project, you'd have to drive to an adjacent school, which means crossing the Nanaimo, crossing First Avenue, or a variety of other busy arterials. There's other issues with this project that make it very inconsistent. And I referred to the urban design panel issues that were identified. There were a host of issues that were identified with these things, but one of the most important and one of the most telling was the livability. Panel, and I'll quote directly from the document. It says most panel members noted that the units have livability issues, with the majority of them being narrow, very small windows, and daylight issues. Most panel members agreed there are not enough windows and more windows to allow the opportunity to open up the building. That was just one issue. The other issue is the frontage on the Nanaimo, which others have commented on and seem to be in favor of. The UDP actually says the Nanaimo frontage feels a little weighty, and there's a need to examine the materiality and detailing for all facades. Also point out, on the west side of the building, at one point, there were 21 windows overlooking the single-family house next door, which was at some point be made into a 3-story condominium. So there's a host of issues. They talk about the tallness, the narrowness of the courtyard, overhanging upper structures, vertical circulation with narrow units need to be reduced, a whole host of issues that have not been addressed. The west elevation could use some breaking up. They talk about that. One of the issues that's really concerning is the scale they use. If you look at the tree in the outside there, the chestnut tree, which was planted in 1927, you'll see that tree is approximately 40 feet high. If you close your eyes for a minute and envision a telephone pole, that is approximately 40 feet high. What we're looking at is a structure that's almost twice as tall as that tree or a telephone pole. One of the issues that they talk about in this UDP program is that residents will have a lovely view of the North Shore while they cast a shadow on the 2-story building next door to the north of it, which is actually a 2-story building, not a 3-story building, as is noted in several documents. The shadowing of this will cast a perpetual shadow over a variety of structures throughout the neighborhood. It's too big. This is not an anti-development thing. This is a project that is unwarranted in this neighborhood. As one other caller referenced, there's the Ella up the street, a rather nice, extremely nice 4-story building with retail on the bottom. This project is a cynical ploy, a rental project is a cynical ploy by the developer, in my opinion, and in most of my neighbors' opinion, to maximize FSR for maximum gain. And I'm not against profit, but we're supposed to be living in a livable city. This project does not improve livability. In the UDP's own words, there's livability issues within these long, narrow suites. So it's going to cause, the other issue we're facing is, as we all know, there's a variety of different stresses on community centers and local amenities, parks, etc. We're already deficient in parks in this area, and we have issues with parking. As another caller noted, Garden Drive, if you drive out of this, you either have to drive on the Nanaimo, drive down the lane to Garden, which will add further stress on that street, particularly to the school. We have other issues, and this wasn't addressed by staff. That particular block is permit parking only. Another issue with parking. So there's a whole host of issues. I'd ask that council reject this, send it back to the developer, and look at maybe reproposing it as a 4-story building with livable suites for families. That is something I think that everybody can get behind. As it is, the mass of this project, the design of this project, the livability of this project are not very attractive. The fact is that it does not provide livable suites, in the UDP's own words, and it doesn't enhance the neighborhood. And in fact, it detracts from the neighborhood. If you're looking at 3-story condos or 3-story townhouses next to it and on the adjacent block, then this building would cast a perpetual monolithic block against them all. And that's about it. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. We have Lisa Sorensen.
Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening to me. I am perhaps not as organized as the other speakers so far, but I'll try to get to my points quickly. First, I live on the southwest corner of this block, which was just recently rezoned in this area. Our objections are, and I am in objection to this development for a number of reasons that have already been stated by others. First, it's basically a 62 units in a 6-story building with units that are very tunnel-like in many ways, and with the corridor and the courtyard area does not seem to enhance the livability of it, as some people have mentioned. We find that this, so that's item 1 with regard to the courtyard and the massing of it. The community plan for the zoning calls for a step-down area down to the neighbors to the west, and this one creates basically the larger building. By shoving the courtyard in the middle, you get more overshadowing of the neighbors to the west. The next item that we have difficulty with is the traffic that will be added to the lane and access in order to get access to the parking, which we could only hope would be used as opposed to people using the on-street parking around this block, which is already very tight, especially as Lord Nelson doesn't have any school parking for the teachers. I think that's going to be partly resolved if they ever get around to finishing the school grounds and the rest of the development there. The traffic along Garden Drive in the morning is really quite hazardous, with people already doing crazy parking stunts, U-turns in and out of the lane, backing in and out of the lane, etc. Perhaps if this does go ahead in its current form, or another one, we could ask for some speed bumps to be put in the lane to reduce the speed of traffic, but it will add additional noise with people going over them at great speed. I've talked a little bit about parking as well. The next item is the discussion of the commercial uses at grade. In many of the open houses, it was mentioned that these would be walk-in, sort of street-friendly kinds of uses. But I notice in the community plan, and the uses could be anything from institutional uses, childcare, that's great, but offices, financial institution, general office, healthcare office. Moving on, they could be a cabaret, a neighborhood public house, in other words, a pub. And, some of these things are not really what I think this commercial node type of thing envisions. We could really use a produce store in this area, but it's really not too far to walk to Commercial Drive or up to Hastings Street. So those are the majority of my points that haven't been raised by others. I agree that with the previous caller that if it was a 4-story building, it would be much easier to support. And at an FSR of 3.2, I envisioned there would be something in the 4-story type that was compatible with the Grandview Community Plan, as Marissa had said at the beginning of her speech. So I wish the developer would have a lower profile building to reduce the impact on our neighborhood. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thanks very much. You do have a question, Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Actually, no, Mr. Mayor, that was for the last speaker.
Okay. Thanks very much then, Ms. Sorensen. That's it for you this evening in terms of participation. I just wanted to thank you so much for calling in. I think we're at the end of our registered speakers list, Council, so I am going to move on to call for any additional speakers. This will be my first call. If there are any speakers who wish to speak to Council, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 91750 hashtag to get on the list, and that's available on the live stream. I'll just check with the clerk. Are there any folks on the line who wish to speak to this item?
Mayor Stewart, the clerk here, we have no one else on the line, and there is no one in the chamber to speak.
Okay, so I'm going to make my second call. This number to call is 1-833-353-8610, participant code 91750 hashtag to call in and to speak to this item. That's available on the live stream, and it's tweeted out. And I'm just going to ask the clerk again, is there anybody else on the line?
None, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, Council, so I will take a 5-minute break just to allow people time to call in. And it is 8:42 now, so we will come back at 8:47 for my final call for speakers and to finish this item. So we'll see you back at 8:47. scripts tonight. Sorry. So I guess we're now, let's see, where are we? We are asking, are there any questions from council to staff? And if there are, please put yourself on the list. Sorry, we're at the closing comments, aren't we, clerk? Sorry, I've just for somehow lost my page. It's happened twice tonight. I know. I'm sorry about that. But we're looking for closing comments from the applicant. Is that correct?
It's the clerk here, Mayor Stewart. Perhaps I can give you a little hand.
Thank you.
We need to close the public speakers list.
You are right. You are right. And so I'm going to do that since we, I haven't numbered my pages. That's the problem. And I've just desperately mixed it up. Here we go. Okay. So seeing there's no speakers, the speakers list is now closed as few or no public comments received after this item after 5 p.m. today. I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move to hearing closing comments. So yes, does the applicant have any closing comments?
No, we appreciate the conversation to date, and we're certainly very excited about it, and we are particularly passionate about the courtyard as a form of housing that we do believe should be much more common in the city of Vancouver. With that, I don't think we have any comments, and we're appreciative of the staff dealing with all of the technical issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And does staff have any closing comments?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And okay, now we can move on to council with questions for staff. Councillor Hardwick, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yes, again, question to staff. It's come up over and over again, and I'm looking at the Grandview Woodland Community Plan and reflecting back on the citizens jury and all the work that was done with the community. How do we reconcile this after having gone through all that process? How do we reconcile this with the neighborliness criteria and what one of the speakers talked about, the fine-grained character of the neighborhood? I'd really like an answer to this because I'm concerned this was a community plan done just 4 years ago, and we're already overturning it, and it kind of sends a message to the neighbors. So what is the answer to how do we justify this deviation from the neighborhood plan?
Over to staff.
Yes, this is Ken McDougall in the Rezoning Center. In terms of deviating from the plan at this location does allow for consideration up to 6 stories in the 3.2 FSR.
This was a spot. This was not in the overall plan, though. This was subsequent to, as it was explained.
Yep, this is Ken McDougall in the Rezoning Center.
It was at 4 stories. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. I really want to hear what you have to say.
No, that's fine. Ken McDougall in the Rezoning Center once again. The plan as approved in 2016 did allow for consideration of 6 stories within the shopping node areas along Nanaimo Street, of which there are the 3 at First, Charles, and Broadway.
And what about the comment about this being a very small one-block commercial area in comparison to the others that you described? Didn't matter?
I guess that's in some ways subjective in terms of its size. The shopping node area is that approximately 1 or 1.5 blocks at this location. It's meant to reinforce the small grain shopping of the area with additional expanded shopping opportunities as well as new housing at this location as well as the other 2 shopping node areas, which is as per the plan.
So just as I'm running out of time here, it was originally a 4-story development. It's but at condo, it's been shifted to 6 stories at rental with the commercial, and that's ultimately the justification for the rezoning.
Ken McDougall with rezoning once again. Since its original application in early 2019, February 2019, it's always been a 6-story application. It was originally a 6-story strata residential that was switched to rental tenure with the same residential floor area in April of 2020.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My first question has to do with a comment that was made in the introduction by staff around the fact that it was a 6-story, and then it was stated the height was reduced to respond to public concern, and then it was stated the original height was restored to improve ceiling height for retail and livability. I've read the urban design panel comments, and I understand that they did indeed recommend increasing height for retail. But can you explain this to me once again? That when did the reduction of height, and by whom, to respond to public concern, and to what height? I think it was 4 stories, but I'd like that explained more thoroughly to respond to public concern, and explain who recommended restoring the original height, which was 6 stories, to improve retail and livability.
Thank you for the question. Susan Chang, Development Planner. The application was always 6 stories, but in response to the first urban design panel comments and community concerns, the applicant voluntarily lowered the building height. I think the original height was 72 feet, which was lowered to 68 feet. However, as a result of the reduced height, it impacted the viability of the retail ceiling height. And as a result, we have recommended reinstating a portion of that height to deliver a more viable retail space. And this was supported by Urban Design Panel at the second review.
Yes, I read that. Okay, that is much more clear. Thank you. And why is it that the residents who have come to speak to us have talked to us about the preference for 4 stories and the plan's commitment to 4 stories at the site, when your statement in response to Councillor Hardwick was that no, the plan is 6 stories? I don't understand why there's a difference of opinion on that.
Ken McDougall, rezoning once again. My understanding is that the plan, as approved, always called for 6 stories at the shopping node locations. In our review and discussions amongst other staff who participated in the plan process, my understanding is that there wasn't necessarily general agreement around the specific heights to be called for. We heard that through our process as well, that some had preferred 4 stories, as well as some calling for 4 to 6 stories at these locations. What was ultimately decided and landed on and approved by Council in 2016 was a 6-story height at these shopping node locations.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification. Oh, was there more detail?
No.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. My questions around the clarification on the 6-story and the plan have been asked, so I appreciate that clarification, and as well as the original height of the building in terms of the tenure change from strata to rental. So I'll ask a couple of other different questions. And my first one is that there was a speaker, and I didn't have a chance to ask the question. I was having problems with my button earlier and didn't get called, but who had referenced a 155-person petition from the neighbors, and I've scanned through the correspondence, and I'm just wondering, I can't see it, and I'm wondering if the clerk can confirm if we've received a petition like that.
Mayor Stewart, this is the clerk. And
yes, go ahead.
When the speaker mentioned that, I was looking and checking myself to see if it had been received. I understand that we did not receive it, And I would remind council that the semi-judicial rules do not allow us to receive it at this point. So it would have to be understood from the speaker.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I didn't see it either, and I just wanted verification on that. Another question is that in some of the emails and correspondence that council did receive that are noted publicly on the website, with respect to concerns, a number of people raised concerns around traffic pulling in and out of the school now with Lord Nelson and Garden Drive, and concern that this might put additional pressure in the area. I wonder if staff can comment on any sort of traffic mitigation measures or awareness of as it relates to that specific problem, and how they feel that this project may interface with or potentially address those perceived concerns around traffic in a busy school area.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Kirby-Young. This is Rosemary Draskevich, Senior Parking and Transportation Development Engineer. So engineering has reviewed the application with respect to transportation and pedestrian safety with respect to the area and access to the school. Given the scale and use of the development, no significant impacts are anticipated on the surrounding roadway operations or safety. The site is in close proximity to frequent transit and cycling routes, as well as responsible for delivering a number of public realm improvements to improve walkability to the school. In addition, there's various area improvements by the city, such as the Nanaimo Complete Streets project, which will improve the intersection for pedestrians in all modes at Charles and Nanaimo. And in addition, the city has been working with VSB to include additional traffic safety and pedestrian improvements separate from this project. So additional pedestrian improvements are being considered and will be implemented at the intersection of Garden and Charles. And that'll include things like curb ramps, upgraded pedestrian crossing, and upgraded lighting as well.
Okay, and do you know when those are planned for?
They're currently in the draft geometric design phase, so they're currently sort of moving through the system and working through approvals, and they're anticipated in spring or summer of 2021, but definitely before the implementation and construction of this project.
Okay, that's super helpful. And then just a couple other quick questions, if I can. With respect to the courtyard design, it was noted by the applicant that they were, pleased to bring that forward in terms of connectivity and social connectivity, which I think we've all become very aware of during COVID. I'm wondering if, staff would have a perspective that, in general, given the pandemic and sort of that lens, that a courtyard-style design provides some health or benefits in terms of open space for people to connect or gather.
Thank you for the question. Susan Chang, Development Planner. The courtyard opens additional exterior space that is more usable and shared by, there are open corridors that will be shared, have more sociability aspects of it. I'd also add that the courtyard typology is probably beneficial at an arterial location. It does provide some outdoor space with buffering from Nanaimo.
Okay, great. And then last quick question, my last bit of time, is just on the additional viability for the retail space. Why is that height important?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. There is additional height required for mechanical, duct lighting. We typically expect the retail spaces to have a floor-to-floor height of, at a bare minimum, 15 to 17 feet.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the information.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff for the presentation. Yeah, a couple of quick questions. One, just with respect to the rents, just to be clear, is that based on, sorry, I'm just going to pull up the schedule, is that a waivers permitted proposed projects with average proposed rents, they have to be below our DCL bylaw maximum averages. Is that correct, to get the waiver?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then they would be subject to not being increased anything more than what is, I think this year the maximum allowable rent increase is 2.5 or 2.6%. Is that correct?
Also correct, yes. Residential Tenancy Act averages.
Okay, thank you. A question, the urban design panel had ultimately did give the nod towards this project after some revisions, but I note that they indicated that the throughout the permitting process that the applicant should continue to improve the neighborliness of the building. Can you just speak to that and how that would work?
Thank you. It's Susan Chang, Development Planning. We have provided some conditions to improve the scale and massing, especially at the west interface, to improve the transitioning in scale to the neighboring property. There are increased yard setbacks, front and rear yards, that also offers more solar access to the neighboring property. In addition, there are conditions to minimize privacy impacts, reorienting the roof decks, providing some screening, and I'd also add there are significant 6 trees proposed in that west side yard, along with a very enhanced, larger setback than was anticipated.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful because I did see a lot of feedback with respect to both in the initial application and even subsequently around sort of the fit with the neighborhood, and there's concerns about privacy and alignment as it transitions into the neighborhood, so that's helpful. Just 2 more questions. My colleague, Councillor Herbie Young, asked about the retail, and just in the context of COVID, and Councillor Herbie Young's championed having these outdoor patios for restaurant spaces. So, given there's 5 retail spaces and potentially 1, maybe a cafe or a restaurant, is there what kind of space are we leaving in terms of sidewalk space for outdoor seating potentially or activity? Can you give me some indication of that?
Yes, along Nanaimo Street, the plan does call for a 5.5 meter or 18-foot required setback from the back of curb. In this case, the application is actually proposing 6.2 meters or 20.5 feet from the property line to back of curb, and that's along the frontage along Nanaimo Street. So it's a little larger than the plan requires.
Okay, thank you. And then just a last question is, I seem to recall that utility DCLs are waived, and I'm just wondering, in the context of a project like this, where Nanaimo is obviously undergoing sewer separation, and there's, is there any opportunity down the road to recoup costs related to that type of work, or once, if this is approved, there's no further opportunity to secure any utility costs?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. We don't seem to have that information available to us this evening. That's something we can explore. I know the engineering department is undergoing a pretty extensive latecomer agreement process right now, and we will certainly put that question to the engineering department tomorrow. Rosemary is here from engineering. However, she doesn't have that information, but she'll be sure that we follow up on that with the sewer group tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I realize now. I'm sorry, I'm a bit tired. It may be more of a broader policy question, and so that's totally fine.
I'll make sure we'll get the council a written response within the next few days. Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, that would be fine. And I think I'll leave my questions there because the other councillors have already asked them. So thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks, and I'm just hoping to follow up on the school and transportation questions. I know with the new building, I've been hearing from parents concerned about more traffic around the roundabout at Garden and Charles, and there's been some asks about crosswalks or other safety measures, considering more students are entering from that corner. So I'm curious how those safety and transportation pieces fit into this development plan or other school active transportation efforts, considering the timing of the development.
Thank you for your question. It's Rose Madraskovich, the Senior Parking and Development Engineer. So the school has a number of existing traffic calming measures adjacent to the site already. So there are a number of speed humps on all roadways fronting the school. The traffic calming traffic circle also facilitates and enables safer crossing and intersection safety for pedestrians and vehicles. I did mention as well that the city's engineering department has been working with VSB separate to this project for improving the traffic and pedestrian safety, particularly at Garden and Charles Street. So that intersection will see a few additional upgrades separate from this project that'll include curb ramps and upgraded crossing. So it'll see a zebra crossing, which is a higher standard than just a typical unmarked or just a regular pedestrian crossing, as well as improved lighting to kind of improve the visibility for vehicles, motorists, pedestrians. As well, there are conditions for the site to deliver appropriate pedestrian lane crossings and driveway crossings where the lane meets Garden Drive as well. So that will also facilitate safe movement for both the pedestrians and vehicles that will be accessing the site at Garden Drive.
So that would be a zebra crossing at the lane where the lane crosses Garden to the entrance of the school?
Sorry, so at the lane, it's just a standard lane crossing, so that includes like curb ramps, but there's no marked crossing. We don't typically mark crossings at lanes because it's not a standard intersection. The zebra crossing will be at Garden and Charles.
Okay, great to know all of that. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a question that Councillor Dominato asked. It is true, is it not, that after the first tenant leaves, the rents will be able to be raised as much as the landlord wants, in spite of getting a DCL waiver?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That's it for questions from councillors, I see. And, right, so I need somebody to move the application now.
So moved, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you. Seconder?
Boyle.
Great. So if you'd like to debate this, please put yourself on the list. I don't see any councillors on the list. Okay, I'm going to call for a vote from the clerk.
Point of privilege, Mayor Stewart.
Yes, please go ahead.
If you could please ask the clerk to mark me in favor. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's happening right now. Great. And if the clerks could pull up that vote on screen, that has passed with none opposed. So, Council, that's it for our work this evening. Thank you very much to the applicants and staff, of course, and to all the participants this evening for all their work. And I'm going to ask now for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Hardwick.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Seconder?
Second.
Great. I'll just check with the clerk. Is there anything else for us to do? I think we're done for this evening.
That is it for this evening, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Thanks. So all in favor of adjourning, please say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Great. So we're adjourned. Thanks very much, Council, and we will see you tomorrow morning in the Standing Committee meeting. Good night.
Right.
Thank you.
Good night.